that if there's a volunteer needed at a local school, it should be determined by the school board and administration. At BIE, I'm assuming that it was a director's office that decided that they had the authority over the school boards. And my response to that as well is that we are not BIE employees. We are under the Navajo Nation. Now, what happened? Where was the support? We didn't get support from the Education Committee, not a word. Everyone was mute over there. They knew about it. We talked to Mr. So as well. And we talked to the president. We wrote letters to the president. Any one of the Navajo Nation people and these offices could have told us that let's sit down and see where the authorities lie. Not one single one of them did. And we had to go through all that and making the school board members follow BIE's demands of filling out government forms turned into chaos. And I don't feel that that is right for any human being to be treated the way they have been treated. And this all changed right in the middle of the year. And we were not allowed to work with the parents like we used to and answer the parents. They could have used us to explain different programs, all these different things we have been doing in the past. Roles and responsibilities, we know them. We were not micromanaging if they think we were. We don't do that. Their responses were, nope, you are not allowed at all. So I did tell Director Dearman that it was between the two governments that I felt let us all down. The two governments, the Navajo Nation and BIE, they should have come together. Those who have anything to do with education, they should have sat down and explained exactly what needed to be done, what laws needed to be addressed in terms of the health, safety, and welfare of the children. If there had to be background checks, it should have been developed by the two governments. It did not. In fact, all I heard was that it's not within our jurisdiction. Excuse me, but I thought that Title 10 did say it was the responsibility of ours for the children's education to make sure that we make sure that they get an education. They have a right to an education. Parents have a right to question. All those have been, in my mind, have been taken away from both. The children didn't have a right to an education by not getting what they needed. And if they had anything, it was done in a hurry. Yes, we had the virus and all that, but we as people are resilient. We should have been able to work around it and made sure that our children were still learning in some way. And then we didn't know what the purpose of the visit was to Bakagoyashi School. And no one knew. No one invited the key stakeholders, the parents. No one invited the school board. Listen in, and maybe you all can help explain to the parents what a wonderful program this might be and all that. That didn't happen. And I picked it up myself when I saw the IT people going in there. I knew it had to do with technology. That wasn't explained, but I did tell Dearman that. I said, it's sad. I called the staff at the school and asked what the meeting was about, because I have some parents asking questions, and they said, we don't know, we weren't told. The meetings were held with the teachers, and that's all. That is pathetic. Everybody at that school should know what is going on with a child's education. But if you don't know, and then the people come in and tell you that this is what's going to happen, you're not going to have a successful program. And I did bring that out to Dearman, and he explained about this curriculum shortly, but not clearly. And how are the parents going to learn of this new curriculum, this new initiative? All he said was 12 schools were selected. Okay, and then what? And then I said, okay, so furthermore, he said it was going to be in the building, not distant learning. They're going to do all this technology where the children can learn a lot better. So the first thing that came to my mind as I had been listening to him about talking about how wonderful it would be, I did say I'm not objecting to this curriculum, but there are issues. We have schools that need updates in their channels where they have internet services, where they have intercoms, their telephones. They're all connected. It's ours. All these extra things are connected. And for a year and a half, we have heard internet is out. Phones are out. Oh, why are the children being taken home because of these? And I did tell Mr. Dearman that. I said, those things need to be replaced in order to have a good program, a successful one, not a Band-Aid. The whole thing needs to come out. And if those IT people are there looking at it, they need to look at this and let whomever know what it is going to cost to replace them. We're not against improvement, enhancement to education learning. We're for it, but let's do it right. Support that goes with it.
Miss
I'm
Woodward.
very happy. Yes.
Miss Woodward, did you move away from the microphone?
No. I'm losing you.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
losing me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I lost my train of thought. No. But I feel like that Navajo Nation has let us down by not supporting us. And I'm not talking just about our school. I'm talking about all the Bureau-operated schools. They're all going through the same thing. I hear it. We have tried. We have written letters and no answers at all. So, and I know that BIE have their plans. They have their ladders going up where everybody has to go through all these different channels. But I did tell Dearman that I am not against improvement, but I think, like I said, it needs to be done right. Thank you. And I'll give the other two a chance to have their say because they are from the other two communities. Oh,
Miss Gaitan. Miss Gaitan, you have the teleconference floor.
Good morning. My name is Mary Gaitan, and I represent Theru, and I sit on the school board with Baca. What Miss Woodward had talked about, and Miss Geneva Warito had spoke about, is all true, and then some. And my question is, am I an employee of the Navajo Nation? After all, my community had voted me in to sit on the board to go in between the school and the community to provide information. And so far, I'm not doing that. because there's no information that's coming out of the school, and we are not working with the school because we're not allowed anywhere near the school. And we hear, but through the parents and through the grapevine, they would complain about the heating system going out in their classrooms. And then they have to sit to these small heaters. And they say, and they tell me, like, why was my child cold in that classroom? And all I could do was, I'm sorry, I don't know anything. You know, I don't say that I don't know anything. I've got nothing to give them. Then they questioned me about the COVID, how the staff and the students had COVID. I don't know how many all at the same time. So what was the protocol? And so all of these issues, and they are right. We have no authority at all presently. And why it seemed as though, and it's a shame, that you had to go to drastic measures to attract the Navajo Nation's attention. Why shouldn't you, the Navajo Nation, you should have been aware? It seems, you abandoned us. And what are we supposed to do? No. I've never seen some of you people coming down to our school. They're like, oh shit, this is my job. It's nice to meet you. Oh, aten. I think if you are part of the education system, then I suggest you come to our schools. Visit the schools. I know we're still in the pandemic, but even before. We represent and we speak for the children. I have grandchildren there. Not only my grandchildren, I speak for all children. Nikishan, do you speak on behalf of my children, your children? Yeah, you hold offices. That's about it. And it should be that students, our native children, all children should be our focus. What is right? What type of education is good for our children? The safety of our children. The food. Everything that comes with the school. Should be aware. And furthermore, I think before the school boards lay further on, NOSCO or JISCO school board, every year when there's new school board members that come on board, they should go, you as the Navajo Nation that are in education should provide a workshop. I've never been to a workshop, and this should be provided from the get-go. I think we need to look into that. And it's upsetting, but thank you for having me and to speak on behalf of my students. Yeah.
Hey, George Toth, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, members of Navajo Nation Council and also the visitors. Ado Shiche Ehehe, Ado Idahonilsen, all the members. Hehe Gwen House Age Baki Winton. Identity Beta Housing. BIE is not even on the call. They're not concerned. All these issues. Robeha o Zigi e Anigo Dapse. Ashine Lajan Sosedelia. Even the agency meeting I mentioned to the president, vice president. Yes, we'll look into it. Nobody hasn't come down yet. What on his position of Anin Haban Sokisto Wananhika, begging you to help our students. COVID, Ohasi, Dohosted on his father El Kal. My grandkids came home with COVID. Was a BIE there to help me? No. I took them to GIMC, got tested. They were placed at the hotel for 1 week. Not nice. Even when they give out the computers, virtual learning, no. My area, we don't receive a good connection with internet. Who's monitor conditioning? Aro Chinyado Obenda Nedovali. When they deliver food, some of these kids don't want the same food. Tani doggy. Chai hota Sara Chigion Ayat second time you don't want to. Akodat Kinanish. Ado principle do Pata Sikli. BIE Kita BIE Kita Yapito Hot Eda Hain, he principal Ashito on his Santa. Especially the parents, Deutsche Bandachi. Parents, Deutsche Yanachi, the Simpson. The court, here in Haction, Pasitinitan. You know, it of Tato, you know, Ebahianoli. Seems like we're going back to some century where how BIEs used to treat. I went to boarding school. But that Agi Ati Nishnat Ani Ashonde. Borog Abenkisas Negi Haitan Hat or Sis. About 2 years ago, some of you came down to Baka. I don't know, yeah, I'd have been the same stuff we said. I don't need. Basta di Lito and that Dilish. Yet, ork is in the Lishabandike. That is an way to uphold the no auto the Nepane Talabate need. Needs to raise our hand that I will abide by the law. Hey, yeah. Ork is it? That shouldn't be the case. Us nation should help each other. I call President Navadishni. Hey, he can't get Mr. President, government to government. Can you help us? I don't know. He's working on it. I don't know if he's talking to. Education is the key of our kids. Nahot or the Nikode. Every school is like that. Contract or grant school, Asian, so you cannot jump. Our hot. Our last at on Nihwins. I call it Abane Shanat Ani no sending. I hope being recorded, and how can we come back together, work together as one team, as one nation, and our community. Action of car, kissing what I'm not. I think it's one it. Action behind no castle. Especially when you become a grandparents. Oh, right now I have grandkids over there. If it's about COVID, brought that in. I can't even that the kidile how let up and nothing scash on the was net. I know a message being sent on computers. The only people that can read those computers is how about elderlies? They're the one that's taking care of the kids. Amasando ache. Because they're working. Oh, I'm doing a good job. He's doing a good job. I know. They don't come to the school. And his balls in Shanat Ani. Dohet an Hansi, Kesto Dohet En he neither he cut off Jato show with notes. Nay, Jay Hodane. What are they been hit at this? See it called also the Akon Harchinge, because it is. Jesse Washington, the Quishing Bells, Annie Gillan, don't need that. What are young to kiss a co other than him Harchin by watching ya? What on his the way, G. Not Annie, Mr. So. Home committee, house, I give by Henningson. Ados at Abanachil, I did some resolution. Wrote a letter to the president. I have not received any response. If you want a copy of those, we can send that to you, committee members. The last one I sent was back in January when you were having a winter session, I believe. The only person that responded back to me was Honorable Mark Freeland. Yes, sir, I got your resolution. I don't know if I can send it to your email or to your office. I don't know. Eso kedai I winner Roger Gaho. I did staff did I the box public and that in it I think it the commission. So everybody he can not any. So it on hand see case. I seen we're in pandemic there. There's another way around that we can. But I just not lost lately. August the 30th, 2021. We met at chapter house. They wouldn't even allow us in our chapter. But we met outside. Sure enough, some parents came in. But that not any area. And I appreciate for listening to us. Hopefully, you can help us. And Ado another how Jesus though. Ado Washington no the so kahane. Junoshin kada ito kid. Ede hot ela. So again, Chiche, Mr. So, this is all I have to say on behalf of Baka Community School and also as grandparents of that school. Thank you.
Fukushima, members of the Baka Gloria's Community School, committee members, Would you happen to have any questions or response to the statement, committee member? Committee members, regarding the visit, it just so happened that I got a text from a reporter of the Gallup Independent. And the text was a picture of the letter that Miss Warito was referring to, page 1 and 2. And so since Miss Priscilla Benali represents the Eastern Agency on the Navajo Nation Board of Education, I basically text her, you know anything about this meeting? And she just responded, no, I don't. I just heard about it this morning. Are you going to go over there? He basically says, the last time I went over there, I was escorted out. So anyway, I just dropped everything and drove down there. Got there about 11:30. And the 3 members of the school board were picketing outside the gate. And we had a conversation. And it was through their understanding, Mr. Dearman was in the building. So I asked security guard to make contact with them. I would be going in. And they did allow me to go in. And the staff, Ms. Karen Malone, Ms. Emily Arvizo, Dr. Henderson Singer, and Ms. Maureen Lesky, Dr. Dearman, and 2 facilities personnel from Fort Wingate High School, and then IT specialist. So we basically had conversations, and then the school board members the 3 school board members were allowed in. We went into a conference room, and Mr. Dearman started the conversation. One is there was internal audit performed on BIE operations. And the audit recommended that all personnel, including school board members, have to undergo a deeper level of background check, as they do make decisions on the programs that affect children. Even though DODE requires a background check to be a school board member. And apparently this audit finding became OIG issue. And when it comes to the Office of Inspector General, then there's no way about going around it. And so, of these 4 school board members, one has passed, Gaitan, and then Miss Orito. She submitted her paperwork, and she hasn't gotten word. So the other 2, I don't know the exact status. And what I come to find out is the reason that they were there is there's some improvement and repair issues that exist in the building. And one of the items that was relayed is there was a contractor that was hired to improve the internet capabilities. And that hasn't occurred. My understanding is when phone line goes down, internet goes down also. And by their rules and regulations of BIE, they have to dismiss school and send everybody home. The other is when the electricity goes off, everything shuts down also. So that's a reoccurring event, as we all know. And then the other is Bakadgoyaza was one of the 12 schools that was selected to do this new curriculum initiative. So that's when I asked the group if they could do the presentation to the committee. One, to talk about the new curriculum initiative. I don't know how many other Navajo schools are selected, but I figured that the committee really needs to know. And then basically to hear from the educational leader at Bakadgoyaza, and that's the principal. So in that respect, committee members, and to the, yes, we did go to Bakadgoyaza in 2019. We were there in person. And as I recall, it was a different principal. And you had issue with that principal also. And then a new principal comes on board, and basically the same issues exist. So, and for the committee or the school board members, we are the oversight. We listen to the problems, and we address them as the best way we know how. As far as training and orientation, the BOSBA has a 93-638 contract to provide school board training to all school board members, regardless of whether they're BIE operated or contract and grant schools. And so in that aspect, when one says, "Where are you? How come you haven't come visit?" Please understand, we only come at the invitation. But in this case, where I walked into that BIE school, it was of major concern. So in our role in this education aspects, we are the oversight committee. We address legislation and policies. And DOTI, the Department of Education, with the Navajo Nation School Board, they have direct contact. So, and the letters that you're referencing, committee members, I don't know if, as Mr. Toth relayed, during the recent council session, the winter session, did you guys get an email from Mr. George Toth? For me, I don't recall getting one. Of course, the email system has been hacked so many times. And there's the aspect is don't click on certain aspects or else you're going to click on a virus or a hacker. So, and again, this letter that Ms. Warito sent to President Nez and Vice President, picture I received of that letter is also addressed to myself and to the Vice Chair and to the HES Committee. Obviously, we didn't get that. So, and that's basically the what Chair has to bring to the attention of the HES Committee. One of the main things is there has to be a change in how the federal government defines tribal consultation. I've said this before, the committee has heard this before many times. Of the 300 or 574 sovereign nations, the Navajo Nation is the only one that has a 3-branch government. And as such, the council is the policymaker. It has the authority to develop the tribal position. And the federal government wishes not to recognize that. So, committee members, I don't know if you want to make comments or ask the board members questions. Back to you, committee members.
Chair Wallner.
Honorable Halona, you have teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I guess I want to relay that no, I did not get that email as well from George Toth. And so right now, all this is new coming out from the Baca School and the school board, that I didn't hear anything as well as the last transmission that you had with Tony Dearman at the school. And what I'm curious about is what was the outcome, Chair, when you were visiting to school with Tony Dearman? What was his decision? That's what I want to find out first. The school board, the way I understand it, all the school boards across the Navajo Nation had the authority to remove their principal. And some did. The school boards removed their principal. Even against our wishes, they still removed the principal. And in their eyes, it was because it was a better decision for the school. And so when they made that decision, we didn't jump on it to overturn it. We just let it go and let the school do their thing. So I don't understand why this school board doesn't think they have the authority to remove that principal and put somebody else in there that they can depend on. So those are the questions that I have right there, Chair. I'll stop right there for now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? This is Geneva Warito.
Yes, Ms. Warito, you have the teleconference.
Okay. All right, Mr. Halona, thank you for those two questions. We did not have a principal. Yes, we didn't at 2019. We were given, I don't recall how many principals we had within a 2-year period. Acting principal. Some were detailed, our EPA. 2 of them were detailed to our school. And Ms. Bianca Alexander came on last year during the pandemic, during the beginning of the pandemic. And she was stationed out in Idaho. I believe it was Idaho. And it took her a while to move down. So she didn't really start administering at the school until I believe it was May. And from the beginning, we were fine. And after a while, about 2 months later, we started having problems. And not only with the families and the students, and even with us, when we meet with her, she snaps back, during discussions, and she wasn't communicating with the parents. She was yelling at the parents, and another problem that we have is that we started losing teachers, and right now, we lost 2 teachers since the beginning of the year. And these are some of the issues that we have. It's because of the way she communicates with people. And we're losing our staff to other schools. So, and during this last year, during the renewal of contract, we did not renew her contract, but BIE went and just reassigned her, and they just renewed her contract against the school board's wishes. So that's why we still have her, and to this day we're trying to work with her, and we don't really know what the issue is. But she won't sit down and talk to us face to face. And we asked numerous times to sit down with her. We talked to Mr. McIntosh about it, and Mr. Charles Sherman. But it doesn't seem to go anywhere. Then the other item that you touched up was the improvements at the school. We did not know, like it was mentioned when Ms. Whitworth did her report to the committee. We have no idea what's going on at the school. We are not given information. We're just told that we don't have a quorum because not all of our background checks have gone through. Ms. Marianne Gaiton and Ms. B. Woodward are the 2 that have their background complete, and mine is still pending. So, and I keep calling Albuquerque, and so that they're still working on it. And Mr. Toth, I don't know what his status is. So yes, we did not have a principal for a long time. Mr. Nelson was there for, I believe, 11 years, and he just left at the beginning of 2016 or 17. I don't remember what year it was, but he went back east. So then we started, because of the background checks, all these applicants, by the time they cleared them, they were already employed somewhere else. So they had to re-advertise, and it took so long to get Ms. Alexander into our school. So yeah, there are issues. Some are not discussed because of confidentiality. So and even the parents, you know, they call the school, and the parents feel hurt, and they pull their students from the school. We lost so many students to nearby schools. The parents don't want their names mentioned because of the communication between the parents and the principal. They don't feel that they were treated right. And these things, you know, there's more behind what we reported, but there's a lot of things that are confidential, and so that's my response to Mr. Halona's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warito. Honorable Halona, you have follow-up? Honorable Halona, do you have follow-up? Okay, committee members, anybody else? Sure.
Yes.
Chair Sullivan.
Oh, Honorable Halona.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I couldn't get back on. I couldn't get my phone off of the mute to get back on to your meeting. I'm on now. So I guess the main thing that it looks like too is the school board doesn't really understand all the policies in which they need to enforce. And you're right, the BOSBA, I understand, is that force that's supposed to be educating them. I don't know that the school board knows that as well. You know, because I even have trouble trying to understand exactly what the function is of the BOSBA. Over this past couple of years, what I've learned about them, and but I think that they probably need to work with the BOSBA to try to figure this out. the other thing that we could do, I guess, only recommendation that I have would be the BIE Navajo region and Doty need to get together and resolve this issue. And how can we facilitate that, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Certainly,
Mr. Sosi, Mr. Soap, Mr. Toth.
Thank you, Mr. Toth. Let me give you the floor.
I appreciate it, Chair. What, Mr. Halona, what's his name from, or council delegate, we do understand the policy. We read every day, and I think what the problem is right there between BIE and Navajo Nation. So the communication transparency is not there. That's what we're saying. So that's the reason why we came before you. If you can't take it, or if you're not going to fix it for us, I guess we're just going to have to live with it. And then we'll say the Navajo Nation didn't help us. We're doing this for our community. The kids, parents,
Hello?
they run to us. They come to us day and night. Yeah, training is being provided by Nabospa. We train ourselves. We understand. So that's not the issue. The issue is how can we get the feedback from the government? At least tell us. I don't understand. So with all due respect, committee members, we're asking for your assistance. How can we get a feedback from the federal government?
Now I can.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Mayestas.
Everything's done?
Um,
You're breaking up. I don't know, really can't hear what you're saying.
Many members, again.
Oh, okay. Now I can hear you.
Mr. Chair, this is
Again,
Ms. Mayestas.
Oh, Ms. Mayestas,
I dropped out
could
again.
you add to the conversation?
Yes. I'd like to share that.
Okay, call me back in a few minutes when you're in a better area.
I
I'm trying to talk here on the phone with the meeting.
Okay, I'd like to
Hello,
share that,
Hello,
that the nation has an intervention policy that the council had passed. And I'm aware that the group has been coming before Education Committee and on several occasions. But in order for us to really intervene, that policy needs to take place. So their concerns needs to be put in writing and submitted to our office. I'd be more than glad to, if I can get the information from whoever the primary spokesperson is, and share that policy with them. And once it's put in writing, then we can go ahead and there's specific requirements that it entails. It needs to be put in writing, and there has to be 10 or more signatures in regards to their written concerns. And then from there, it'll move forward by actually meeting with the group and getting resolving the issues here. And if it takes sitting down directly with the Bureau and clarifying the language in the federal requirements pertaining the roles and the responsibilities of school board that serves the BIE schools. So I like to share that, and if the key person can reach out to me so I can get that policy to them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Maestas, that would be the community school board. As
Yes,
president of the school board, Ms. Geneva Warito, and vice president of the board, B. Woodward.
okay, B. Woodward and Geneva. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll forward you the original letter that was text to me.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. And then we can begin to look into the issues and have a resolution.
Ms. Maestas, are you called into the DeBo's trainings?
I'm sorry?
Are you called into the DeBo's school board trainings to provide this information on the intervention policy?
To answer your question, for sometimes DeBo's was kind of disconnected with the Department of Education for whatever reasons, and information and regarding requests and to provide trainings or to share information about trainings they offer had not been shared. We just recently received a request, so they're having their spring conference on in March. I don't recall the specific dates at the moment. They did reach out to ask if we could offer training, so as to be part of presenters. And so there's a few topics that are listed, and it just so happens that that topic was one of them that I was asked to present on. I believe it's coming up March 17th and 18th.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maestas. Committee members, any other comments and follow-up?
Sure.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I guess I understand, I think, the set of issues broadly speaking, but it'd be really helpful to get something in writing. And it sounds like we missed some correspondence that may have come that really elucidated what the issues are more clearly. But if the most pressing concern is getting a response from BIE on the background check, then I guess I want to know what the specific ask is from the board right now. Is it to have the chair or the speaker request some sort of update on the background check process? I always understood it as you have a background check performed privately if it's required in a sort of a non-federal setting, or the federal government would perform it if it's for some sort of like classified position within the government. And I don't know. I really am I'm struggling to understand what exactly the committee can do about this situation right now. If it's trying to heighten the level of response from BIE, I could see that happening, but I really need your guidance here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Maestas.
Ms. Maestas, go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. In regards to Honorable Slater's question regarding background checks, the background checks is a requirement based on the federal regulations. So all Bureau-funded schools have to go all Bureau funded schools staff, volunteers, everyone involved in the school, they have to go through background investigations. And with BIE specifically, they actually have their own background clearance office that majority of their schools go through to obtain federal, state, tribal, and local clearances. So with that, it's not just getting the reports from those agencies. They also have to conduct character reference checks from individuals that know the employees, and also reference checks from previous employers for I believe it was the past 10 years. But however, when we talk about our school boards, their background checks is more stringent compared to what is required of the volunteers or the employees. Their clearances go as far as their 18th birthday to current, and they're specific that are identified. For example, in the Navajo Nation elections positions, it states what their qualifications are, and if they should violate one of those qualifications, then there's a possible removal, and that's another process that takes place. So, for example, let's just say the background check was done and there was a hit that they were charged with use of alcohol or possibly passing bag checks. Then the process is to have them removed through the hearings and appeals office. So there's a whole process in regards to that. So just to give you a little insight regarding background checks. Thank you.
Sure.
So, Honorable Slater.
Thank you.
You have the
And thank you, Ms. Manessis. I'm familiar with the requirements. I guess I didn't state this as well as I should have, but I'm trying to understand as a matter of policy, as policymakers, not direct administrators of schools, not overseers of an individual school board, or an advisory school board, that what matter are we addressing here today? Because we need to set a standard or a threshold for when we intervene in sort of these direct matters. So if the matter is, which background check agency or process should we be petitioning the federal government to adhere to, or to ensure that everyone follows? Do we want to be asking for certain timelines for when school board members submit background check information and when they should expect to hear back? As a policy matter, I really want to understand, Chair, since you requested to have this on the agenda, like what we're specifically addressing here. My fear is the longer, how would I say this? The longer we continue to elevate a lot of these community issues, it's going to set the agenda for the committee to exclusively follow up on these things that we oftentimes have very little ability to affect on an individual case-by-case matter, because either time requirements or what have you. But we're the policy-making body, and we're supposed to set the rules and not be intervening directly too much. I understand that this is a big issue right now, and I just want to make sure we're taking a zoom out and thinking about what the implications are across the whole BIE system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And again, it's really a matter of with what I feel is an integral part of what should occur in the training of the school boards. What I'm originally heard, there was a resistance to submit the documents for the background check. And as such, since only one was, and I don't know when the request came, but at the time that I was at Baca, only one was quote unquote certified. And as such, they couldn't meet. They couldn't even meet off campus, at the chapter house, because main requirement through CFR and this OIG report was for the school board to be a sitting board. They had to get this background check completed. And from when when we were in that conference room, my question to Mr. Dearman was, did you send out a Dear Tribal Leader letter to say this is required?
No.
And the answer was no. And so some of these things, as Ms. Maestas stated, what I perceived of that meeting is this background check is at a higher level. And number one, the reason I was given was they make decisions on the care and the education of students. And so, and so that's the process. And if it's in CFR, and the other aspect is, this background check that's required with the election administration. Now that's a different matter. And so the thought is, okay, if this one's required, then maybe we ought to relook at what election administration is doing, because I think the response from a majority of the school board members is, hey, I already got clearance. Over here, when Bureau funds are handled, then it's a different background check. So that's the part that the committee will have to address, along with the election administration. That's how I see it. And again, if there was proper notice, proper training, then this thing wouldn't be being carried out. Everybody would have basically abided and says, okay. And so and for me, I don't know the exact number of the 66 school boards, how many are in that same situation. I don't want to call it a predicament, but the same situation. And is it, and that's what we as a group need to get more information on. Vice Chair Slater, I hope I gave a better, provide a clearer picture of what we're facing.
Chair?
Yes.
This is Dee.
Oh, yes. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. I think in my working with education and looking at the total picture, as I had pointed out to Dearman, the bottom line is lack of communication and lack of consultants. That both are in the 25 CFR and they are in the 62 BIAM. It is also in Title 10, and it is also in a lot of other educational documents that we have to work with. And we have alluded to all that in every letter that we have passed on to Dearman and to the staff over in Winderout, the district office. I think that is the whole key, is that communication needs to be addressed. Consult is in the Federal Register, almost in every other page in education. If you recall, so I gave you a copy of the 25 CFR when you came to Baca. I also gave you a copy of the 62 BIAM. And it hasn't changed. It's still the same. This is how we operate as a board. We use all three documents when we are working with BIE. We ask, where do you see this and where is it written? And training really isn't the issue for us. DOSPA has been providing a lot of trainings to the school board members, and the school board members are asked what they would like to have in their trainings, and they are participating in the input. That's how the trainings are being set up. And some of us we do request that some parts of the federal regulations be put out there that are an issue right now coming from the communities. That's not a problem. I'm saying that everywhere we go, it's communication, and it doesn't just apply to half of us, it applies to all of us, grant and bureau operated. And if it were not, we wouldn't be trying to seek any assistance at all. And when you were there with your committee, we had an acting person as a principal, and that we hadn't had a person yet. So we often were told that we ran off people. We didn't do that. We were never given anybody that they picked who they wanted. We didn't. The district, McIntosh, I told him that. I said, why can't you get your certificates full of applicants? Certainly there are people out there. And he would always come up with just one person or two people. So we really didn't have a choice on who's going to be there. I just want that understood. And as Mr. Toll said, we really are for the students. We want to make a difference. We want to assure that there are improvements. If we didn't, we wouldn't be in where we're at. And a lot of our training needs are coming from the board members, what their needs are. And we appreciate you inviting us today, but I think we can go round and round, and I don't feel like we'll come up with a solution. As this gentleman said, background checks need to be a part of it. And it goes back to communication. And you're right, I asked Dearman also if he had written to the the president of the Navajo Nation about the changes in the background checks and all these things that had to be done. It was done right in the middle of the school year. Now, what are we doing right in the middle of the school year? Everyone's paying attention to the children. And I cannot emphasize enough, whatever happens at the top trickles down and it goes into the classrooms. It affects a classroom. So everything that is planned for them, it comes down. And we all want improvements. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodward. Committee members, if we could get a motion and a second of this particular part of the report.
Chair Salona, a motion?
Okay, Honorable Halona. Committee members, we have a motion by Honorable Halona to accept the report. Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay seconds the motion to accept the report. Committee members certainly should our itinerary be approved to meet with Assistant Secretary Brian Freeland, Deputy Director of Director of BIE Tony Dearman, Deputy Director of BIE Ms. Sharon Pinto. This would be a discussion point. Again, in this aspect of the BIE finding themselves not following CFR or the laws of the U.S. government, the Office of the Inspector General is basically got them under focus. Otherwise, it will affect their job and their performance, and it will affect the whole department, the whole bureau. So I think that's the understanding we have to go forward with. Committee members. But Ayla, committee members, any follow-up discussion? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on accepting this portion of the report. And thank you to the school board members. You're almost about to get quorum. Need one more, and the other one to get their background check approved or cleared, and you will be back to perform your duties as what you were elected to do. We appreciate your.
Here.
Oh, Mr. Toll.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, thank you. 3 is a quorum, sir. We only have 4. We still have 5, but only 1 from Thoreau, 2 from Baca, and 1 from Casimiro Lake. So 3 as a quorum, sir, according to our rules. Thank you, sir. Bye.
Hey, hurry up and file your paperwork so you can have 4 for your quorum.
Sir, I should be
3
clear
is
because
legal.
of law enforcement.
And again, that will be a topic of discussion once we get to DC. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
This is Geneva Warito. Again, Kidadeshni, for listening to us. And we do have situations at a lot of the schools, so we're not the only one. There's other schools in the same predicament. So if you can keep them in this loop, please. Aron Hachin like all the board members said, we're doing this for our students. And so I just wanted to say thank you for listening to us. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So,
Me too, Mr. So. Thank you so much.
oh, Ms. Woodward, thank you.
And thank you from me as well, Mary Gaitan, Da Ado, Asheha, and I see taking the time out to invite us. So it means a lot. So Asheha, thank you.
Oh, what is so, yeah. There's no further comment, committee members. Let's go to a roll call vote to accept the report.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Valona. Honorable Pernell Valona.
Valona votes green.
Pernell Valona votes green. Thank you, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison Davis votes green. Hearing a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. Let's, if the committee doesn't mind, let me try to go back to Ms. Karen Malone, Ms. Emily Arvizo, Dr. Henderson Singer, Ms. Maureen Lesky. Are you on the call?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. I saw an email at 8:46 inviting them to participate in the meeting, and just as a matter of course, I don't think we can be expecting people, particularly feds, to come, with an hour and 15 minutes notice to the committee. And I think I saw an email from Ms. Malone saying that they wouldn't be able to participate today. They would appreciate a couple weeks' notice. So kind of sympathetic to that viewpoint, considering I don't know, did we only get them an hour and 15 minutes, or was there a prior correspondence that wasn't referred to in the follow-up?
Honorable Slater, the day of the meeting, March 2nd, told them that they would be on the agenda for today. And then, of course, the follow-up contact. We do understand that they are still, some of the folks are still on remote. And that basically hinders the aspect. Thank you for bringing that. I'm just now checking that email. So at we'll just have to try to address it at the March 23rd test meeting. Because on the 16th, as what Ms. Malone refers to, we will be in Washington, D.C. So rather than going back up, let's move on. Let's move on to report 5, reports 5E, Navajo Division of Human Resources. Ms. Benali, please review that particular agenda item with the committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's 5D. The report of Navajo Division of Human Resources Administration regarding the Navajo Division of Human Resource Administration FY 2022 condition of appropriation and legislative concerns per resolution SC-49-21. Presenters are Ms. Lorraine Tavaha, Administrative Services Officer, Department of Human Resources, and Dr. Ophelia Fowler, Division Director of the Division of Human Resources. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Ms. Lorraine Tabaha and Dr. Fowler, are you on the call?
Chairman So, this is Lorraine Tabaha. I'm on the call.
Dr.
Please.
Fowler, I am on the call as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You have the teleconference floor. Whoever wants to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Human Health and Education Human Services Committee. Lorraine Tabaha, Administrative Service Officer with the Division of Human Resources. We did email our report to Ms. Benali. Today she bought the with Dr. Fowler. For questions and any concern. Bidet is the Department of Personnel Management, Thomasita Woody. She's the Human Resources Director for any question, concern. Navajo Office of Vital Records Program Manager 1, Linigi Ronald Duncan. He's also on the line. So if Dr. Fowler's going to say a few words, and then we'll go to the report.
Madam Chair, Roshana, Roshja, Shiyaj, Roshja, Ebedak 8, Dyson of Sani, Kodon Humanity, DA condition of appropriation, though legislative concern, second quarter, a report that all season he don't need Ebenet or less. Ashi Ede Yabakata Sa'ano Ms. Woody, Division of Department of Personnel Management, Human Resource Director. She's with us, and then also Mr. Duncan. So at this time, we'll go ahead and have Ms. Tabaha, you can read the response for the concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler, and members of the committee. I'll share my screen so you can see the report. We did submit this report to the committee through your legislative advisor on March 1st. And we do have the electronic copy submittal, so it may have been emailed. Dr. Fowler's memo addressing the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is, we do have 2 legislative concerns and 1 condition of appropriation. And the reason why we wanted to report this back to the committee was last year in fiscal year 21, we had answered and did the assignments, met the criteria for our condition. However, we didn't get it as complete, marked off as complete, because we didn't report to the oversight of a written and a verbal report. So so this is the cover of the memo that's presenting this report today. Just second quarter, second quarter, no, it says second quarter ending, March 1st, Division of Human Resources, there's 2 of them, Personnel Management, Vital Records. The first one again is a legislative concern, personnel management, but that the information is provided in a memo. Vacancies, March 1st is the date of the memo. It's in this content toward the end. It's just a questions or answers. The next legislative concern is for vital records. Concerns the CARES Act fund with the hardship assistance program. Okay, so Mr. Duncan is on the line. Response and that the program is interviewing for a network specialist to upgrade the network's setup to plus the enrollment data. So there's discussion with the Office of the Controller of an application list being provided by the vital records. So they have can verify enrollment rather than applicants providing their CIB. This is for the hardship. This is the only COA we have. The next page, number 2. That's concerning the Department of Personnel Management again. The response. So that concerns the positions classified within our Division of Human Resources. But that's the hiring. Respond by Resita Tadi. The revisions to the personnel manual that's going to address that. Recommendations were on October 12th. Request from the Oversight Committee. Manager in Liniki. If you have any questions. The attachment Department of Personnel Management statistics from Personnel Management DA vacancies concerning the executive branch, legislative branch. These positions on the legislative concern Chairman Auto committee members, Dr. Fowler, and our division staff that are presenting.
Thank you, Ms. Tabaha, Chichedo, Health and Education Committee. As a division director, I'd like to indicate that I take full responsibility of the program that's under my division that has a condition of appropriation and a legislative concern. Our Department of Permit, as you're all aware, we have multiple vacancies. We are working on, we continue to say that we have so many vacancies and so many advertisements that need to happen. Our program is doing the best that they can in filling these positions. Of course, we have to work closely with the programs and the division. We were making one-on-one contacts in some of these programs and divisions. We are open to doing another recruitment drive to fill a lot of these positions. We are working with them, some of these positions that have been advertised since 2016, 2017, and according to some of the budgets, some of these positions have been abolished and some are continuing and have been reclassified. The Office of Vital Records are also doing the best that they can with our hardship and getting the hardship drives going. We have helped assisted over with our, I know that's not part of this portion, but getting more people, our Navajo citizens enroll. We are a huge part of that as well with the hardship drive. But referring to our COA's condition of appropriation, we are doing the best that we can. And I'm well aware that any of these programs that have condition appropriation or legislative concern and they're not met, it does affect our division as a whole, and it does pertain to my salary as well. So that's why I said I do take full responsibility. And then at this time, I like to, open up for questions. And I know you have some response. Our program managers are on the line.
Supervision Program, Ms. Tabaha. Committee members, respective of the conditions of appropriation and other items that are of concern to you. Please notice that we will keep addressing this item in Part E of the report. And then also new business A. Committee members. Committee members.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Vice Chair Slater, you do have the floor.
Thank you. I want to ask about, I'm looking at the report right now. What are some of the ways that we can hasten hiring and make it more attractive to work for the nation, just in a simple answer here for the record? I added up, so you said there's a total of $52,158,179 that count for 1,569 positions. So if you just divide the 52 million by the about 1,500, you get an average salary of $33,000. Is salary an issue more so than other concerns? I'm just thinking, if you're someone who, is really aggressive, applying for jobs, looking all over the place, but say you live an hour away from a few different job opportunities, are you really going to put the wear and tear in your vehicle and with the price of gas pursue a position if the salaries aren't where you need them to be? And I know that Delegate Crotty has spoken a few times about a living wage for our Navajo employees, and what would that look like? So I just wanted to hear from the program or from the division how you've been taking into consideration the feedback that you received from the council, particularly around budget season, on wage adjustments, salary surveys, and how to have a competitive salary system with both the state and federal governments, which are probably our closest competition when it comes to employment. So I'll start off with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I can answer that.
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, I should say, Honorable Slater, our salaries are not competitive. And we are doing an RFP to do a salary study. And we were even talking about doing some sign-on bonuses for some of these positions that are hard to fill. I remember Ms. Honorable Crotty mentioning that, and our salary is not competitive. So that's one thing our Ms. Woody is working on. I can have her elaborate on it more. And then I've been doing my own research, and it would be nice to have Navajo Nation its own minimum wage. I was doing some calculation, and I'm willing to share that with the team. And because if you look at our McDonald's, they're making more than some of our administrative assistant office specialists. So we're losing them there. And if we're still offering $9, $11, and it'd be nice if we could make it like to $13, $15. And there's some numbers that we can share with our HES. And that's one of the, as Shache mentioned, that we're talking about a work session in New Business A. These are some of the things that we want to talk about down the road to see if this is one of the things that we can discuss. I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Woody if she can elaborate more on the salary. Ms. Woody?
Good afternoon, members of Health, Education, Human Services Committee. My name is Thomasita Woody. I'm the Human Resources Director for DPM. These situations, the concerns that have been brought to my attention, have been something that is, and right now in terms of goals and objectives, we're looking at, as Dr. Fowler had mentioned, doing a competitive salary, an RFP for a compensation study. I know right off the bat that we don't have competitive salary. And if we're going to attract somebody who's very competent, in a particular position, we have to look at all facets in terms of what that really means and how we would then at that point say, okay, this is one position that is needed within the organization. But the problem then comes to when it's advertised, it's not competitive. Somebody who, I've been working through Indian country, and we get a lot of Navajos outside the reservation that are working for different communities. They have very good salaries. And so in order to attract those Navajos back to the Navajo Nation, we have to be very competitive. So those are things that we will work through, and we recognize that. In terms of the sign-on bonuses, I think it's a very important area where we need to focus in on, meaning, those hard to fill positions. What is it really going to allow us to receive very competent individuals? And so it's very competitive. And all we really can do at this point is let's look at creating and completing a RFP for a compensation study, which would be, very comparable to the Navajo Nation. And then the minimum wage increases, definitely we need to fall in line with that at some point. So, all of this costs money, whether it's an individual who's coming to the nation, relocation is, we don't have any housing. I'm still trying to get housing. So, these things have to be put in play. Looking at what we've done in DPM, we just recently hired a recruitment manager. And so we don't just want a recruitment manager, we also want somebody who's going to help us find ways to retain what we currently have in terms of employees throughout the organization. So we'll have a recruitment and retention manager. So these things we're also looking at in my department. Like I said before, the ratio to employees, say with our recruiters, is 1 to 100, and we have 2 recruiters. So, fulfilling the needs of the Navajo Nation. So we're trying to be smarter instead of working harder. That's kind of our motto right now. And so we'd like, your continued support. We appreciate your continued support, and we'll definitely make necessary improvements as time goes by. And hopefully those improvements will be reflective of our efforts. So we're very appreciative of Dr. Fowler's leadership and her staff, being very supportive of our needs here. And we'd like the opportunity to sit with each of you when the time is presented. And that way we can share with you our goals and objectives with DPM. And so you have a better outlook on what the initiatives are and the improvements that will be down the way. So thank you. If there's any questions, I'm open to that.
That
Thank you for
completes
the
our
response.
response. Chair.
Honorable Slater, do you have follow-up?
Yes, Chair. So my follow-up is, has DPM or the division considered just adopting the federal pay scale and thought through that as a cost benefit with respect to initiating a salary survey and all these other things? It seems like, you know, I don't know, every administration, they say, okay, we're going to do a salary survey. They do the salary survey.
You need anything else?
I don't even know what to say. Sometimes it says, oh yeah, we are right there with everybody else. And sometimes they come back and say, yeah, we're not right there with everybody else. So to me, it seems pretty inconsistent. I just want to know if the division or the department has considered that.
And I can respond to your question. One of our efforts at this point, you know, you have different positions throughout the nation. And in order to be fair and be competitive and make it so that it's not biased, you know, there's different stipulations, different rules when you're doing a comprehensive compensation study. It's not something that you can just say, you know, we're going to adopt the federal standards, because it doesn't work that way. What we have to look at is location, like organizations, positions. We have to look at the education, the requirements that are specific in terms of meeting the necessary education and experience requirements, and what are the details within a specific position. And so it's not something where we can just say we can adopt this. You know, it doesn't happen that way. I'm sorry to say that, because you know, those are things that we have to be mindful of. The other part to this is that anytime that anybody mentions compensation, it gets personal. So we have to be able to look at this and be fair all the way around. You know, what are the applicable standards to the increases? So say, for instance, we have a current structure right now. In those structures, we have to be very careful in terms of you know, what the qualification criterias are. And we can't just say, just because the position calls for a certain salary, you know, we have to make sure that that person does qualify within that. So there's a lot of things that go into a comp study, but yes, hope that answers your question.
Honorable Slater, then committee members, do you have questions? Comment?
Chair, could I ask one more and then?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think, you know, it's worth exploring on the federal pay scale side. I guess when I look at our classifications and listings and a lot of things, it seems like it's very much inspired or originally inspired by the federal government, and then has stayed or veered in a different direction since it was initiated. And I think you have something right there, which if we're competing for talent, you know, that's the other sovereign that pays well. That's the other government that would steal people who are interested in public service and put them on the federal side. And I just think it's something that's worth considering. When it comes to location, and I don't know, honestly, the answers seem kind of vague on what the inhibiting factors are from that comparison. You know, we have federal employees who work here in Window Rock and St. Michael's or in Chinle, and sometimes they'll have adjustments for when you live in a urban environment with a high cost of living. But I think in general, that wouldn't be the case here on Navajo. So for me, it seems like, okay, you have just clarity and consistency, and no one could go back and say, well, oh, I could make more if I worked for the federal government, or I could make more if I worked for the state. So I understand there's some complexity there, but I just don't want us to keep repeating the same actions over and over again, which is a compensation study, to come back, and then we just identify the same issues over again. And that's why I thought it was so important to consider what housing options are available for people, because it is a multi-issue concern. There's housing, there's compensation, there's all of this that ties into these vacancies. So thank you very much to the department and to the division. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Committee members have questions. If not, then from the chair's seat, then I would like to, I guess the main aspect is perhaps it's not salary. Perhaps it's the system of rejecting people, being classified as overqualified, or being classified you don't have work experience. And how do we change the system to allow overqualified people? Perhaps the overqualification is necessary to make the changes in the delivery of services to the Navajo people, rather than keeping a shell over the workforce. And also, how do we encourage those young people to have college degrees? How do then we provide the necessary work skills for them to take on? Number one, the young workforce have energy. And in that aspect, I think that we really have to look at the system and not just necessarily hide behind the fact that the wages aren't enough. We aren't competitive. That's a, quote unquote, a cop-out to me. This aspect of addressing applicants to come on, take these positions, take out the word overqualified out of the system. Take out aspect of lack of work experience. In other systems, education replaces work experience. And that's the part I think we really have to change the system. And you can't and we can't just leave it as is and say, oh, we need a wage and salary study. No. System is changeable with what we have. That would be my input to this. And going forward, that's what we hear at the local level. We heard that when we were addressing CHRs. We heard statements. To that effect, I was classified as overqualified. But yes, that aspect of coming back and helping the nation is what brings them. And how do we truly make that effective? That's the view from the chair seat, committee members.
Honorable, so can I respond? This is Thomasita.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not exactly sure where the definition came from that our office issues overqualified letters to candidates. You know, that's not something what we do. If anything, we embrace it. We would rather have somebody with the necessary skill sets. We don't currently have that, and we don't currently practice that. That would be if I was given the documentation that suggests that one of my staff sent a letter. We also have different divisions that also operate as human resources agents, meaning that within their departments or programs, they are capable of that. But we get all of the documentation back here once an individual is hired or selected. In relation to those comments, you know, I'd like to set the record straight that our office does not do that. And if it has in the past, that's now in the past. The other part is just in terms of, you know, the wages, your comments about the wages aren't enough. You know, we do have a very comprehensive benefits program that offsets a lot of, you know, I've been in organizations in terms of medical, dental, and vision, for instance, and life insurance even. So those are very attractive. When you have those pieces and you look at the total cost of what one individual costs an organization, it's usually, in this case, I believe it's 24%, or I can clarify that, but that's what on top of what their salaries are. So you're looking at a very attractive salary. Me at one point paying just as, you know, an individual without dependents, myself paying $350 every 2 weeks, close to $750, you know, as comparison to what is offered here throughout Navajo Nation. So, you know, we have to look at all of those. And I think it would make sense because your highest and your most bottom line of any budget is personnel, is salary and fringe benefits. And for any organization, it's going to be, you know, that's going to be something that we have to look at. And it's going to cost an organization a lot of money. So we have to be mindful. We have to be careful. You can't just say it's easy and yes, we can get it done. We want to be fair. We want to ensure that individual employees are given the opportunity. We did a salary study at another location. And so we saw in the salary study that the same few were the ones that were consistently getting increases, while everybody else below them, who are maybe assistants, specialists, whatever, the people who actually do the job were getting hardly anything. So what a compensation study does, it looks at the highest paid to the lowest, and it adjusts it so that it becomes even. It's not something where you just, you know, you want this one to be higher. We want to be able to say, okay, what are those factors in between? So then we can make a real solid comparison to what is being paid currently to what we can do to get them to a comparable rate. So putting all of those factors into consideration. I can't speak for what happened in the past in terms of a salary study per se, but I can speak for what will happen now. And right now we are working on an RFP for a human resources management system. And to be honest with you, I'm looking forward to that. That will really automate everything that we're doing here in DPM. So today is actually the deadline to receive all of the RFPs. And I can share a little bit more with you in relation to the outcome of that. So, just giving you some insight as to the things that DPM is now reviewing and what I'm working towards. So, with the support of Dr. Fowler and with HES, Health Education Human Services Committee, we really want you to be a part of it. We really need you to be supportive of that. And then helping us gauge those so that, we don't lose sight of what we're trying to do. Okay, it's pretty simple, but it's also complicated too. And maybe I don't have all the answers for you, but definitely we're gonna make some necessary improvements. Thank you.
Awesome.
Committee members?
Chair.
Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. I agree with Honorable Slater here, talking about changing the salary, maybe going with the federal government. Because all these years, this has been a problem. We're always saying that we don't have the comparable salaries with other entities, other programs. And we've been saying that all these years, when is the study going to end where we start to make it so that our salaries are similar to outside entities? And then what you said, Chair, also the system. One of the things I hear a lot is our young educated people get discouraged, get educated, and they apply for a position in line with their education. And then they're told they don't have that experience. See, that's kind of crazy. The person is educated in that area. If you're going to go by experience, then why do you have that 90-day probationary period to find out if a person is have the experience to do the job? There are certain things that we do that we just discourage the people that are applying for the position. We need to look at that right away, because we can change that immediately. But we just have process procedures that just discourage people that apply for the position. Chair, a new administration goes in without the no. I don't know, sometimes make recommendation, maybe we should have certain positions on contracts or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Anybody else? Members? As we go forward, I guess the main thing, Ms. Tabaha, Dr. Fowler, what I see is the number of vacancies. 2019, when we started, that number hasn't decreased. How do we? I know there was the aspect of we hired a recruiter and those aspects. But how do we fill these positions? And we've heard in other reports, FAF didn't accompany a certain change in employment status. Do the documents really have to be in physical form? In other employment systems, have we converted to that?
No.
At the chapter level, we have a position that's funded by the Navajo Nation for librarian. And it took the longest. And so that's the part of, that really brings issues to the table. And I'm sure the other 23 delegates can provide examples. How do we enhance the system? And if it's rules within the department, I'd say change them. If it's a necessary policy change or a necessary amendment to the plan of operation, certainly bring it to the committee. And that's from the chair, again, my statement. Ms. Tabaha, Dr. Fowler.
Thank you, Shache. This is Dr. Fowler. Thank you for your statement. Okay, thank you. Ko you vacancies nanish bita ilka a kuichimpe olka aro ashon ta I edelt aro en etahi netli a gashin zache aro obich na eliako ado hitje ko khaleit a kon nanishi hajoyot khatole jo aro edi not anin lini jo ajido bananasla Hajon danotkin baha nosen. Johat nini at ayen doten. A kodi kwa RFP bidi nini gi how do we enhance the system the nini? Jo AA kodo RFP hadilia halet asata kwa etolowe. DIC onalsos manual day Chaos 18 apen se kesi sato etol wasto ape kodo khadil indole online signature that bedi no a dot b so o kotskin so aro PAF niniki or snaha das and we can't continue doing that. I keep saying there's a lot of confidential information on those personal action forms. Eko at DPM ad bede bansalado payroll jahinde Kare o di isnahal kweta o hanana te di o hanana te da hidi no o bayelti. Okay, this system that we're bringing on is going to really help us enhance the process, the procedure, and we are in conjunction looking at some of the structure of the personnel manual. Okay, the quina khaya da shin khata delia o you obikenta aslon italia esa khahi zohabane khe. Okay, aro as lawmakers here don't need an khajo. Nan hidini ti do di it ahil ni do di it equa skinlo adol jish skinlo adol edo kon le the mo yajiko aj bella azlin the mo go chitol nish ado bitch is lado letik at APAF attend bichina ilieda da dano ado couldn't hit yahana so we have to have a buy-in from all the other programs, contract accounting, payroll, initiate, that we have to have a buy-in from other programs. Ago, put nishi do shi beso eda. Wazo do khatanda ilyashi danen khachne, akhwat edan khatchap but down zago o khatjistan. We have policies, procedures, and then there's so many that were created internally. Work session the electronic documents but chapter the skill kodia na jedole juk ade an hitanal sos ahondi jato ado de pisil da do zago hotel has andole. And I keep telling my people and our employees, we have to embrace technology. Kashine lan khandal nishi atichit netanle yedal zit. Do bohudesh alta don senda ayaha ja big also eya dan neto akwato ben hitche nahot. So we got to do more and embrace training our employees with embracing today's technology. Ado osa bananish ati kwa ultkata jo aj inni kodo isen aj do satot abe ya ati odo biche ishtan azena. Communication, orientation, training. They didn't edo besnda will ako. Hatashi la abesta will and then ko Asian sato be teacher hot a condition appropriation vacancies nini. We want to set our own goals. This is how many we want to fill within this next quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter. By that certain quarter, we have to have meet some certain goals. Within our program, we say we're short-staffed. We can't say pandemic anymore. That's just creating excuses. But we need to do that. We need to step up, and that's what we're going to continue doing. Now, here, on statement.
Committee members, any follow-up? Ms. Tabaha, perspective of this report and the conditions of appropriation and those aspects of what you would accomplish in each quarter, and reiterate how you're going to address those.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. We will continue to work with our departments and continue to report the status to the Office of Management and Budget, as well as to the oversight. The condition does require reporting by the end of the second quarter, within the quarter. So out of respect and courtesy, we can follow up on these with the committee within this fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Ms. Benali, have we established a motion and a second to accept this report?
Not yet, sir.
Thank you.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Mose.
All motion.
Second,
Honorable
Paul Begay.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater motions and a second by Honorable Paul Begay. Accept the report. Committee members? Any questions, discussion? Going once. Twice. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Chair, this is delegate, so I vote red.
All right, ma'am. Honorable Charlene So votes red. Chair, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you. Committee members, let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed, the chair not voting. Okay, we go forward. We'll go to (5E), Navajo Department of Personnel Advantage and the Division of Community Development, regarding the Division of Community Development vacant positions. Presenter, Mr. Aaron Garcia, Ms. Tomasito Woody, and Dr. Fowler, and then also on the call that would participate in this particular agenda item, Lasta Jim Martin and Dr. Pearl Yellerman. Mr. Garcia, Ms. Woody, Dr. Fowler.
This is Dr. Fowler. I can go ahead and start, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Na chiche auto HES committee members nothing. DCAD community develop vacant positions. If any, we have again another long listing of our vacancies. And I just wanted to share that we do have the Department of Personnel Management that will be working with DCD. And then on top of that, we can go out once the travel restriction is lifted. We want to do another drive to see if we can fill some of these positions. I know we did have a recruitment drive at each of the agencies, and that worked very well. And we can do this with DCD as well. And DCD, a lot of times, what we did with them is they're doing their own qualification assessment. Of course, they have their own HR people there, and we can closely work with them and see what their needs are. Nas nishi it ehi kito yinzini, ot e bebahosen. Yeah, we can say we can process these and we can just get them hired on board. I know they are looking at bringing on board at least about 50 right off the bat. And that's if we can do a drive, I think that would be helpful. In addition to that, we are doing the hardship technical assistant. We are going to be in Albuquerque. And then that's one option. And then the other one that I recently done was advertising for the OOC for the office specialist. And we got on the air, and we can do the same and assist Dr. Yellowman and her team on this matter. So however they want to do it, I'll support any recruitment initiatives that we can do with this program. Ms. Woody, I'll go ahead and have you respond before we hand it off to DCD before to see what they're requesting as well. Ms. Woody.
Thank you again. Members of Health Education and Human Services Committee. In regards to our meeting that we had or was called to on Monday, February 7th, initially it was brought to our attention that there was concerns in terms of positions within the chapter houses and that were not filled. So we were able to provide some insight and to review it, and a response memorandum was sent to Ms. Jim Martin and Ms. Dr. Yellowman in regards to the initial concerns that were presented at that time during the Health Education, Health Human Services Committee on February 7th. In regards to this, it was further reviewed that the department does, the division does have oversight of the reviews of the recruitment or human resources, so to speak. And then what happens here is that there's a collaboration between DPM and with other divisions, in this case, DCD, that have people who apply for the positions here, applications are submitted. They are then at that point given to the recruitment. And at that point, when they're advertising, we have the position applications from various individuals who are interested in applying for the position. At that point, what we do is we'll collect that all that information and we'll transfer it to the division or the department. And at that point, what the department does is they do their own assessments. They review them, they recruit these. Basically, our job here and emphasis is to make sure that we advertise the position. We get individuals who are interested via application. And then at that point, it's given to the various divisions. So this particular document that was sent on February 28th, 2022, basically was acknowledging that, giving insight in terms of the concerns that were brought to our attention, and then what we could do to try to lessen the concerns. And one of them is showing that within those particular open positions, there's these applicants, the possibility of the division looking at those applicants and then moving them forward so that they can be interviewed and maybe hired. And I think Dr. Jim Martin can probably provide more insight in terms of how that actually rolls out for her division. And at that point, what will happen if there is a selection that is made, they'll inform our department, DPM, and then we can close that position out. So a lot of it is contingent on that. So there's, I believe if you received the vacancies, and I just got an updated report we do have 28 vacancies within DCD that are still open. We were able to, I believe, fill 3, and Mr. Garcia can provide a little bit of insight. The one thing that needs to be understood is that a lot of these positions are open until filled. Some of the positions, say for instance, in Forest Lake, accounts maintenance specialist has been open since 12/12/2019. So we have to, yes, take a better handle on those particular positions, because year after year, we are losing money. And if you look at the vacancy report, that is part of that, that listing. So what we have to do is make sure that we understand whether there is money still available, after the position has been open for that period of time. So the collaboration really does have to open up between the two, the DCD and DPM. So we have to be a little bit more aggressive. Now that I'm here, we'll be putting some standards in terms of the number of days that a position can be open, and responding back as best as we can to understand why we have so many vacancies that are still open. There's a lot of different factors that play into why, we could have 1 or 2 people interested. From what I understand from the last recruitment drive that happened, we did capture a lot of individuals. So we need to stay on task in terms of what that really means in terms of ensuring that those particular positions are filled in a timely manner. So the one position that has been, the days as it's been advertised on our website, the highest has been 1,601 days. So, and that's a position for accounts maintenance specialist in Alamo. So a lot of times we want to make sure with those, we do have 4 applicants in that particular position, and making sure that we bring those individuals, assess them and move forward with, and seeing if anybody's qualified. The number of days the more and more days that it's open, we lose qualified people. So, but in terms of the process that happens at DCD, we'll definitely, Ms. Jim Martin can probably talk about that and provide her insight. But what I wanted to also do is give some time to Mr. Garcia if there's anything that I missed here, and maybe you can introduce yourself and provide some insight in terms of the goals and objectives for your new role and the responsibilities within DPM that we see coming down the way.
Well, thank you, boss. Well, my name is Farron Garcia. I am the new HR recruiting manager. So first of all, I wanted to go ahead and just inform you of our goals. Our goals is really to make sure that there is quality around our selection of qualified applicants to these programs. And being in this position for almost going on a month now, I've actually seen what we can do to expedite the processes that would help DCD and their line of work to, of course, get on with the onboarding to the end where, of course, we're going to get the individual selected. And just taking a look at it, knowing of these positions back dated from 2019 to present, we currently see that there are 29 positions that are currently open, but 28 are current. 28 of those actually has 1 employee that's currently a full-time. So what we're going to be focusing on as far as the recruitment perspective is that we're really going to be focusing on reaching out to the local schools. We've been actually reaching out and helping the TV and film program and sending out JVAs to their media section of the school. So trying to reach out to the current universities right now just to see what the selection as far as qualified individuals that are going into the TV and film industry. So we're reaching out to those individuals. So piggybacking off, of course, from Dr. Fowler's notification and her assessment of helping with the recruitment drives of the hardship. That is one idea definitely we can definitely get an invite to, but I'm currently working on with a current university, which is Blanding, which is also in promotion with the ANF chapter along with OPVP to help promote the event. So I finally got an invite to that invitation. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be seeing exactly what their goals and objectives are. And I also want to share what my goals and objectives are, is to help these programs at a program level to have see what the dialogue, to see what skills and the skill sets of these individuals can bring to the Navajo Nation, and helping along with the hardship drive for the with OOC. When I used to work with OOC, I was helping with the recruitment drive as well. And knowing of this, I've hired close to maybe 100 employees, and of those employees there were 70 that dropped. And I've currently seen a decline of a ratio of individuals currently leaving the Navajo Nation, and the capacity of it could be the factors of the environment. That's the reason why we're currently losing these employees. Also, a main factor would be of course, the salary. You definitely want to have a salary challenged range to where we can actually bring in these individuals from the outskirts. And as always mentioned, and I always heard, and myself too, is go get your education and come back to the nation, and we'll definitely see what we can do to help you and drive the force of younger generation to move the nation forward for another 10, 15, 20 years. So what we're going to be focusing on is really to drive the success measure of having individuals apply for these positions. And of course, right now, we're definitely going to be reaching out to all the local schools and seeing if we are able to do a recruitment drive. As mentioned, we're going to be reaching out to the universities as well. Because at a high school level, you definitely want to see those individuals that want to have like an internship, as well as having something that's set for the seasonal time. There's a lot of individuals that can definitely help with office services, positions, laboring. We can definitely help in those areas. But going back to DCD, I definitely want to help DCD with their hiring process. Not only myself, but of course, DPM and my recruiters, is that we're definitely wanting to see what is currently impacting the positions to be vacant for so long. And what we've come up with is some recommendations is, do we see these individuals that are currently doing the assessments fit for the overload and having these applications, or if there is possible applications that are being stockpiled, we can definitely gather those applications and have them be assessed by our department to streamline the process, to see what individuals that are currently out there, what skill sets they have and what they can bring to these positions. And I know we can definitely bring that. If we do have the DCD to collaborate with us to just bring those back over to the DPM, we can definitely assess those. We can get them completed. We can actually have a real-time tracker to actually track these positions. And as mentioned by Ms. Woody, we currently see these positions as a open intel field. And what I've actually helped along with one of my recruiters is that we had some dialogue yesterday, and when noticing that if it's an open intel field position, there could be a lot of factors that are implementing these impacts, meaning that we could definitely have a PCQ issue. We could definitely have something that's currently a barrier that's not allowing us to move forward with these individuals. So we can definitely take a look at helping those individuals to get fitted for these programs and for these positions. And noticing that DCD does have multiple hiring staggered stages at a chapter level to their mid-level to where it is right now. And we can definitely cut out the middle person, and we can definitely help them. And my goal is to help them be successful. And I definitely don't want to have a program to be set up for failure when we can definitely do it. And we have the power as far as having two recruiters to assess those applications. And they're very good at what they do to help find those qualified individuals. So there was some recommendations that we did in order for us to help them is to, of course, we do have on the DPM website, we do have a PowerPoint presentation, as well as a presentation that was presented by one of my recruiters to really give the objective around qualified assessments, how to do them, when to do them, and how to get with the onboarding process. I would also want to go ahead and have, which has also been incorporated with one of my recruiters, is to see an exiting strategy. What can we do to retain individuals within a nation and not having them go to the metropolitan cities? Of course, yes, number one would be their salary, but also we want to make sure that we're able to help them get employed with the nation. So those are my responses.
Thank you, Garcia. Committee members, any questions, follow-up?
Chair.
Oh, Honorable Edison Winika, you have the teleconference floor.
To Chair, members of the committee, this is a real problem as far as chapter staffing. The AMS, CSC, and then also with the three forms of government that we have at the local level. The non-LGA certified chapters and the LGA certified chapters and AFOL, the alternative form of government. The LGA certified and the AFOL are supposed to do their own hiring and firing. They have that responsibility. So, but non-LGA, the nation has the responsibility. And I'm just concerned, the LGA certified and the AFOL chapters, are they in the same situation of hiring the AMC and also the CSC? You would think that they can hire right away because they have the responsibility to do that. But I know with the non-LGA, whereas overseeing Oak Springs and St. Michael's, Oak Springs has been without an AMS, I think going on 6 months or so right now. And St. Michael's haven't had a CSC for over a year. So in the document that we got, they're not even on the list as vacancies. So I think there's some other vacancies that are not on the list. I don't know why it takes so long to fill these positions. As a delegate, we have to work closely with the CSC as far as the operation of the chapters. Those positions are not in place. It makes it hard. And we have to rely on community development, the person that's responsible to come out to the chapters and provide temporary replacement for the CSC or the AMS, but that's not occurring also. It seems like there's a lack of communication between community development and the Division of Personnel because of the length of time it takes to advertise these positions. That advertise that place it needs to out over for this. I don't know who's responsible to advertise those positions that you keep on asking for, and it takes so long for them to advertise a position. I think there's already policies in place how to get these positions advertised and filled. But sometimes there's only one applicant. Sometimes you're told, we advertise it, but there's only one applicant. We don't know if that one applicant is available or not, or qualified or not. We should just go ahead and interview that one applicant. Find out if the person is qualified to take over the position. There's a lot of positions that are just vacant. So that's feels that because it really handicaps the operation of the chapter. And it seems that we need to give immediate attention to the situation. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Committee members, anybody else? Miss Dr. Yellowman and Miss Sonlasa Jim Martin. And I'm really one of the reasons that know that during the Navajo committee we talked about the fact that these positions are very crucial getting projects going, especially with the ARPA. And without these, whether it be a CSC, an AMS, that aspect really, they're crucial. And then in other areas, the CHR, Head Start teacher, senior center manager, or a cook, or a bus driver. And I guess all of it tapped into one, those chapter positions that exist out there. They're crucial and very necessary. And how then do we effect change? I don't, we talked about policies, but the actual aspect. Do we need mail delivery service like they have in Washington, D.C., where an individual jumps on a bicycle and pedals up from one office to the next? Get these documents processed to facilitate hiring. And again, the siloing of the functions within DPM and the siloing between divisions. That has to be addressed. And that's a concern from what I heard from the 24 delegates, the 23 other delegates. And how do we change it? The vacancies, again, foremost is 1,000 days. Do we have to go the route that we saw happen with Division of Mental and Behavioral Health Services? Do we go the route of special assignment to fill these positions? Make sure that essential chapter services are being delivered. Do we have to go that route? Dr. Fowler, Mr. Garcia, and Ms. Woody, and all the folks that are from DPM on the call.
This is Thomasita. I can respond. I'd like to put something before you, and I think it's important. I've been in human resources for a very long time. And I came in October. And you're talking about how do we get qualified people? I have my credentials, not just with my years of experience, but with my education. What needs to be understood here is I'm not just sitting here trying to put a Band-Aid on anything. I'm trying to understand the way this process works here at DPM. I come from other places where things were in place, and we essentially would just come in and start doing the necessary applicable things to measure performance, everything that goes with human resources. Now, it's taking it, yes, I hear you loud and clear, and I assess what's happening here at DPM. And mind you, there is this system, a process that's been in place for a very long time, and it's not working. I've said that time and time again. And what my objective and my goal here is to get to a better place. And if you would, just be able to be patient with me. I know that it should have been done years ago, but I didn't come in having all of these things in place. I didn't have the necessary people that I need to help me get to that place. And I just need for you to, give me some assurance that you're going to support me, because this is a lot of work. This is a lot of opportunity for us to make those changes. And, we do have a system that we want to implement. It's going to streamline what we do in recruitment, vacancies, how we communicate, electronically. What we need to do to get there is going to take a little bit of time. I wish I could have all the answers for you and what happened in the past. All I can do is try to make it better going forward. That's what I can share with you. And we have to be able to I have to be able to look at the whole situation within DPM and how I'm going to make those necessary improvements. So that's what I'm doing. I'm working on that on a daily basis. So I just wanted to share that with you. And, there's no way here that, I do, when I start something, I want to finish it. And I think this is really important. I think it's going to work for the Navajo Nation. It's going to work for DPM. It's going to work for people who are going to apply. It's going to work for people that are currently here. And so it's a streamlined process, but it takes time. And that's pretty much what I can tell you at this point. And, just allow us a little bit more time to come back to you with, positive news. So thank you.
Chair Solana?
Honorable Helona, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and committee members and all those on the call. Welcome again, and thank you for all your comments. And I did have one situation. I was wanting to contact Ms. Willie there. I have one chapter as well, just like Delegate Winika was referring to. I'm having trouble there with Coyote Canyon chapter as far as trying to get AMS in place. I understand there's some sort of a legal battle, a legal complaint that was made, and it's going through the court system. As far as that's concerned, I have no information regarding that other than they're telling me that it's still in litigation, and that's why they have not advertised that position for AMS over there. And we had just barely got the CSC hired on, but I don't know if he's going to be a permanent or he's just temporary as well. And we've been having that trouble there at the Coyote Canyon chapter for several years now. Since I was elected, there was having trouble with keeping the AMS and CSC in place over there. So I don't know if you're familiar with the situation. If you are, can you enlighten me as far as what kind of what is happening with that litigation? Is that looking like it's going to come to an end, or are we still going to have to be on hold? But something needs to happen there because we're really getting behind as far as all the projects that the chapter is trying to get produced there. And then we have to wait for sometimes Meredith is not available, but he's been coming out and doing the books and keeping stuff together for us over there. And I'm afraid that one of these days he's going to get too busy on us that he won't be able to make it out. So, Chair, I'd like to get that information if they have knowledge about it to see what the situation would be. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this is Thomasita. Can I respond?
Yes, you may.
Thank you for that information. I'll definitely look into it and see what the situation is. It could also, if you have a situation that this individual is in litigation, will definitely the possibilities of making it, looking at a temporary position to fill. But give me some time to back with you, if you don't mind sending me an email. So then I can respond to your request at that point. Thank you.
Well, sure, I can send you an email on that again. I've been curious to find out what's happening with that position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Helona. Committee members, anybody else? Miss Lester Jim Martin and Dr. Yellowman, do you have additional information regarding Honorable Helona's question?
Good afternoon, Chair. Yeah, okay. Hello?
Yes, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay. Yate Danana, yeah. Honorable members of HES Committee, the Yate Shananta Chair. So I am joined with Ms. Salasa Jim Martin, and I know Ms. Jim Martin does receive some information yesterday, I believe, on that, if I'm not mistaken. We can turn the time over to Ms. Jim Martin, but Ms. Jim Martin and I from DCD, we do have some comments to the overall conversation. But in regards to Delegate Holona, Ms. Jim Martin may have some information that was recently shared with her yesterday. So Chair, if Ms. Jim Martin could comment on that. Thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Yellerman, after that comment is made, then you will continue with the discussion that you offered. Thank you. Ms. Martin.
Yeah, Shananta, Honorable Chairman. So this is Latsa Jim Martin, ASC Department Manager with the Division of Community Development. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Pernell Holona, for your question. Shananta, I just want to let you know I did forward an email to you a moment ago to help answer the question that you asked regarding the Coyote Canyon AMS position. It's with great news that we are happy to announce that that litigation did get resolved, and it was one of the oldest employee grievances that we have been dealing with the Division of Community Development for several years. I did share with the chapter officials the good news on the case being resolved, and on March 1st of this month, I did send a JVA to the Department of Personnel Management to advertise the AMS position for Coyote Canyon chapter. And as of March 8th, the job advertisement is on the DPM website. So Shanant, Delegate Holona, I apologize not including you on that email, but we will do that moving forward. Yeah.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
information. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
So, Dr. Yellerman, you have the floor, you and Ms. Jim Martin.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin. And thank you, Delegate Holona as well, and members of HES. So Shanant, we've been on the call and we appreciate these items being brought up. Certainly, the vacancies have been a concern pre and post pandemic. We appreciate there has been coordination and communication efforts with DPM and DCD. And I want to share and kind of provide a framework of some of the areas that we see at DCD. There have been some successes, as that was recently just now shared in media from Ms. Jim Martin. Some of the positions go into litigation, and when we do get those positions freed up, so to speak, those are cause for celebration. But let me just go back a little bit, if I may, for a few minutes. What I learned coming in is there's several reasons for vacancies to occur. One is there's ongoing different types of conflict at the chapter level. And we've been able to somewhat analyze, I guess, and summarize some of those conflicts. So just for example, you may already see this yourselves. There's chapter official, on chapter official. There's chapter official and staff. There's conflict between chapter official and staff. There can be conflict between chapter official and the delegate. And then there can be conflict between the chapter officials and the community members. So there's a matrix of, or matrices of conflict. That can tie into some of the overall reputation of the chapters. So that's one avenue that leads to some difficulty of filling the position. So there's a community reputation, that's one of them. The other is something we're trying to address with our plan of operation is the need to have a supervision program. We have a high demand or request to the DOJ chapter unit and to the personnel unit at DOJ on hastily moving towards like a disciplinary or termination at the chapter level between the direct local supervisor and the staff. So in order to help address that, there needs to be a supervision training offered to the supervisor. So we've been working with Mr. Martin, who's done a good job in really trying to identify the needs for those direct local supervisor and DPM. So to the best of our knowledge, that type of supervision training and orientations at ASC and DCD has not really quite been implemented. So in order to assist a direct local supervisor, they need the opportunity to have a training on how to be a supervisor or ways to improve their supervision skills. That's really going to help decrease some of those terminations and some of those disciplinary actions. And oftentimes, because certain types of policies or personnel policies are not followed without that proper type of supervision, it leads to some type of litigation or some type of court situation, and that holds up the position there. So those are some challenges. The other success or another item I want to point out to is we've been one of the divisions to have the internal assessments conducted within DCD. Some of our staff, department managers and staff had to go through the qualification training at DPM to become those assessors. We do feel that that is working for us, because there are times where we need chapter staff, not just for AMS or the CSC, but other chapter employees who have certain types of skills that are desirable. And because we're working or know some of the needs at each type of chapter or specific need at the chapter, we can help match that applicant with that chapter. So with all due respect, we do feel that we have a better scope of that at DCD with the staff that we have now who are doing those assessments. We also feel that it contributes to somewhat expediting the process. Because of that, it also helps us track how long or how fast those assessments get completed on our end at DCD, and then we're able to track how long it, when it goes back to DPM, how long that takes. Or I don't want to make that sound we're just able to track the process better when we're involved in the process. And so that helps us identify where we need to address the timeline challenges in the application process. And you're right, Chair, sometimes it does require one of us from DPM or DCD to go over to the division or the department and knock on doors, and we have to follow up on those positions. So we do, and I appreciate I'm able to communicate with Dr. Fowler, and I think Ms. Rosita Toddy is stretched so thin, and so we know that they're overloaded at DPM, and we know that they are dealing with a lot of issues of hiring throughout the nation. So we try to alleviate that at DCD. The other thing I want to share, Chair and members of HES, is it is really challenging. We do need those positions filled at the chapter level, but I want to add that it is important because we went through CARES Act last year. We're going through ARPA now, but the design of those positions, the design of the AMS and the design of the CSC, they also help, they're intended to help balance, I guess, separation of power, so to speak. The positions are designed to adjust capital outlay or accounting, and that's why they're critical at the chapter level. They're designed to help provide some balance. When there's a vacancy, one of the ASC staff from SPPS or one of the staff step in and help provide some of that balance and fill those positions. And when that happens, when we have a SPPS or someone from ASC step in one of those positions, then Ms. Jim Martin steps in to fill one of the SPPS positions, and then we help cover her at the department level. In essence, we're adjusting to all of those vacancies, and we pretty much have been doubling up on the duties over the last, during this term. So it is a lot of responsibility on the staff who are here. You mentioned special assignments. In essence, we're doing some of that. We have to help cover each other or cover those positions. And then when we have some positions that have been vacant for so long for whatever the reasons that have been previously discussed, we do have to adjust to those. And then there are times when chapter officials will reach out and say, we need help on X, Y, and Z to help with these projects or items. We really have to kind of adjust and fill in. The other is we do work closely with our chapter unit, Mr. Rod Begay, Ms. Jim Martin. There's quite a bit that we learn about even incorporating the fundamental laws of our employment system. The previous presenter shared some of these overall larger pictures that we're, I guess, coming into or maybe inheriting. Those are true. We've inherited some systems that need to be addressed. And you have large divisions like DCD and the 110 chapters adapting to change or implementing some of these large system changes. So we do work together. It's a lot to maneuver. So I just want to comment on those. Ms. Jim Martin and ASC, I appreciate they've been taking care of a lot of data. They have data, they have trackers, and Ms. Jim Martin can go into a little bit more detail, especially the process that areas of the process that need to be expedited, areas of the process that need to be addressed a little bit more. I know for us, DCD, this is even working with DPM in a good way. It took us almost a year and a half, but that's including government closure, the pandemic, and COVID, to establish some major positions. So it is challenging, but we somehow get through it, and we still need to keep moving forward. So, Chair and members of HES, I just want to add to that, and if Ms. Jim Martin could also contribute to the conversation, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Ms. Sunlester, Jim Martin, do you have the teleconference floor?
Yeah, Nana Shinanta. Again, this is Ms. Jim Martin with ASC Division of Community Development. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for that report. I concur and support your statements, and would just like to add to some of the discussion here. First, I do want to extend appreciation to the Department of Personnel Management for working with DCD on our efforts to improve our recruitment and our qualification assessment process. I think we're moving in the right direction by continuing to address some of these areas of concern, and also to collaborate with additional training for our DCD staff from DPM, and also some additional support so that we can help get the vacancies addressed. Just to go back really quickly, I've been with the Navajo Nation as an employee for many, many years. And one of the areas I have assisted with in various capacities with different divisions that I've worked with is the human resources management system for Navajo Nation, as well as various task forces that I've been a part of with personnel management. Years ago, I was a part of a personnel policy task force for the Navajo Nation. I worked closely with Raysita Toddy and the former DPM director to help make amendments to the personnel policy manual. And I think that would be one recommendation I would suggest to our honorable HES committee members, is to bring back a task force to help DPM address some of these Navajo Nation-wide issues regarding vacancies. I saw that collaboration was very effective in getting representatives from each division to help improve the personnel policies and also the internal procedures for Navajo Nation vacancies. One of the things I do believe we've really spoke to some of the main reasons why there are vacancies. We do need to address the salary schedule. Many chapter positions out there that are vacant. We do lose employees to organizations that are paying more in salary. We end up hiring employees at the chapter level. We train them up and get them their certifications, and then other organizations offer better salaries and they move on. So we end up being more of a training resource for a lot of employees who move on to other jobs that pay higher salary. So I think that would be one big area to address. And if we could do that swiftly without further delay on a salary schedule or salary assessment, I think it would be strongly recommended to do what we can immediately to increase the salary schedule for our employees. That would help keep a lot of our employees who are moving on to other organizations. Also, I do want to share that we would like to also revisit the qualifications that are listed in our Navajo Nation job descriptions, so that we can really address experience versus education. I think that was another good point that was brought up during this discussion. we do have some very qualified students that are coming back from their education, and because they don't have that work experience, we're not able to qualify them. And so we would want to revisit that so that we can really help build up that work experience for those students who are coming back with degrees and trying to find jobs on the Navajo Nation. There are many that would be great in the capacity at the chapter level, but because of the lack of work experience in those positions, we're not able to qualify them. We do want to also share with the HES committee members that we have been working with DPM in their recruitment drives, their recruitment efforts early on. I did myself attend recruitment drives with DPM. We did get a lot of interest in the chapter positions, and I will be frank and honest that many people did not want to work for chapters based on local conflict, as Dr. Yellerman shared earlier. So we do have to address some of those problems in the workplace for chapters so that we can encourage other applicants to look to the chapters as a good place to work. And there are many chapters that are great places to work. It's just unfortunate that there are a few chapters that experience conflict, and that doesn't really encourage applicants to apply for workplaces that have conflict. So that's one area that we definitely are working on. Our qualification assessment role began with the Department of Personnel in May of 2021. So I cannot speak to any of the vacancies prior to May 2021, as we did not have that responsibility. We've been in the qualification assessment role for the last about 9 months now, and those are the positions that we can answer to. Prior to that, the open until filled positions and the applications that were received prior to May 2021, DPM had that responsibility to address those qualification assessments. So for example, for the Alamo position for the AMS, that is an ongoing challenge because Alamo does have, they're very rural and there is not very many applicants that are applying to the Alamo position. We did recently interview an applicant, and the applicant did not have the experience in accounting and bookkeeping that is needed at the chapter level for the MIP system, which is something we use at the chapter level. It's very specific and unique to all 110 chapters. Also, with the Navajo Nation budgets and all the chapter budgets that we manage within the Division of Community Development, that is also another specific skill set that we need at the AMS position. We also work a lot with the WIN system within the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. And so as we do have these areas of expertise and skills that are needed for our AMS position, the hiring supervisor typically will see that the candidate or the applicant is not the right fit for that AMS position. We do want to initiate efforts to train up our public employment workers, our PEP workers. Many of them are temporary employees getting on the job training, but many of them are learning these roles as the AMS or potential CSC positions. And so we have talked extensively about getting our PEP workers trained so that they can ultimately qualify for these positions at the chapter level. And Alamo chapter is one of those examples that we are working on. We also have the same situation across the Navajo Nation regarding vacancies at the chapter level. Because of the unique situation with chapters and the clusters of communities that our chapters are a part of, we have similar hiring challenges that the Navajo Head Start experiences, the CHR program, DALTEX for our senior centers, and even nationwide with law enforcement positions. Due to the small clusters of communities and the need for the workforce in those clusters of communities, it is a challenge, like those other programs, to get people to apply for those positions and stay in those positions. More recently, we did have many employees retire who've elected to go on early retirement. So that's one of the reasons we also have these vacancies today. We do support DPM in their efforts to recruit at the college and high school level. We also have been in discussion with local colleges, NTU, Diné College, and University of New Mexico, as well as others, so that we can recruit applicants with accounting and bookkeeping courses, as well as applicants who have community and economic development backgrounds, so that we can recruit in these positions and get qualified applicants. So we do know there's a huge need to work with the local colleges and institutions so that we can help applicants qualify for the education piece of these positions. We know that the AMS positions are very challenging to fill right now across the Navajo Nation. The accounts maintenance specialist position is greatly needed across almost all divisions and departments if you look at the job vacancy announcements. So we do know that the accounts maintenance positions are in high demand. We do have a lot of our AMS staff that are moving to other organizations that are also needing accountants. I think that's due to the nature of the funds that are coming in during this pandemic for COVID emergency response and the need for accountants to help manage those funds. So that's one area we've noticed that is impacting our AMS positions. We do want to request from DPM for additional qualification evaluators. There are 4 right now at DCD. We have 4 evaluators, and definitely we do need to get additional evaluators to help us as we are getting overloaded at times with stepping in with some of the vacancies. The evaluators are learning. This is a new process for DCD and other divisions that took on this responsibility. So I think further encouragement and support to our evaluators to help them and to bring on additional evaluators will help us expedite the qualification assessment part of our operation. But that is not the only area that we see challenges in. We also have challenges at the chapter level when we're processing our hiring and interview process. For those on the call that are not familiar with Navajo Nation chapters, our chapters are under Title 26. And we did invite Mr. Roderick Begay from the DOJ chapter unit to speak to some of the challenges we've experienced in hiring at the chapter level for the 65 non-certified LGA chapters. There, and as well as the 45 certified LGA chapters. When you're working with chapters under Title 26, it's very important to know the roles and responsibilities of the chapter administration, as well as the roles and responsibilities of chapter officials. In terms of personnel, the chapter administration is responsible for the personnel administration under the 5 management system. However, the hiring process does and can include the direct local supervisor, which is at this point under the ASC plan of operation. It is one of the designated elected chapter officials. So as Dr. Yellowman was sharing earlier, we do have direct local supervisors that assist us in managing the personnel, which is typically the CSC. And that is a position that we have that is supervised by one designated chapter official with the support of our ASC staff. The AMS is reporting to the CSC. We do still need supervisory training, additional training and guidance in terms of those positions, being that the supervisors are critical in the hiring process. Over the years, we have made efforts to make sure the hiring is done fairly. The hiring is done with transparency, and also making sure that our ASC staff are including the hiring supervisor in the interview process or the selection process, and making sure that those applicants are being selected equitably and fairly. So that is something we've initiated more recently to prevent conflict, to prevent grievances and those types of things. So, you know, it does get a little more complicated at the chapter level to make sure we're hiring effectively, and then also doing it in such a way that chapter officials are understanding and supportive of the hiring process, because they do develop the personnel policies at the chapter level. And then also making sure that the hiring supervisors have the information and training needed to do this effectively. We do thank the ASC staff for providing training and technical assistance. It is a lot right now because we have this unique crossover between a chapter official as a supervisor and then the chapter staff being under the executive branch for the 65 non-certified chapters. For the 45 certified LGA chapters, they do manage their own personnel policies, and they do manage their own hiring and selection. ASC, DCD, we do not get involved in their hiring process at the 45 certified chapters unless we're delegated in that capacity, or they request for our technical assistance. And again, we can contact Mr. Roderick Begay to explain a little bit more on the differences between LGA chapters and non-LGA chapters, which is something we have to adjust to as well. So thank you to Delegate Winika for bringing up that difference and that question regarding those chapters. For DCD positions at ASC, I am responsible for those JVAs, and I do send them as soon as possible to DPM. And we do have a tracking system, as Dr. Yellowman explained earlier. We do want to work on alternatives with DPM, like special assignments, hiring on more temporary employees to fill those positions, and then also working on other options that might be considered with a task force in the future. And then finally, I just wanted to add that it's really important for those on the call to understand that the chapters do have a unique operation. Many times we get on calls, we do have to share that when we're working with our 110 chapters, they are a unique branch of the Navajo Nation government. and how we address chapter employees under Title 26 and under the ASC plan of operation is unique. And we would like our honorable delegates assistant to help us share that and also help us address those unique challenges with our chapters. So with that, thank you, honorable delegates, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Some of the background information and some of the aspects that you're willing to work on and the issues that you're facing, committee members. Do you have any questions or comments regarding what Dr. Yellerman and Ms. Sunlasta Jim Martin presented? Mr. Mose, have we established a motion and a second?
Not yet, sir.
All motion, Delegate Slater.
Okashila, Cecilia, Honorable Slater motions. Anybody else?
Solana, I'll second the motion.
Yeah, it's not us. So the chair accepts the motion and the second to accept this report. And I guess to DPM and the various programs that are on this call. Let's see how we can best address this. And it's that part about Oshpa and Yale Keto. So yeah.
Chair, this is Winika.
What we're in those positions to affect change. Cecilia, Honorable Edison Winika, you have the floor. Honorable Winika, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair, can you hear me now?
Hello.
Okay, Chair, I wanted to find out if it's possible to get the responsibility of hiring to all the chapters. I know right now the LGA certified and AFAL chapter have that responsibility. What will be the possibility of giving the responsibility to all the chapters to have that responsibility? The reason why I'm saying it is I think just like it was told, we were told, you know, that the responsibility is to explain where it gets to the point, it gets too much for the departments. And I think if the chapter gets the responsibility, I don't know if there's a possibility we can do that. They're considered local government, so if they have the responsibility, I think it will be a lot faster in hiring, because the positions that we're talking about is so very important at the local level. So Ede Chair, I don't know if there is a possibility that we can do that. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know if they heard me or not. Hello.
Oh, I was on mute. Certainly the what you bring up, perhaps we could schedule what other committees do and regarding this aspect. And again, thank you, Ms. Jim Martin. it does affect multiple divisions. So I got a text message. There's a Miss Darlene Pino that would want to address the committee, and then Mr. Roderick Begay from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So, Ms. Pino, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you. Yat elen ato bikitchen. Kodet andi lani asahan. Shadishna Darlene Pino from Nazis on chapter vice president. Ato ashehin shlido chishe pashish chindo ki ani de shichido kore chini de shanale. Ako kaya nadetish kit the hiring. That was a good question by Mr. Wanika. I know that the personnel department has their own requirements. The main question that I have is there's in education, higher education transcripts. That's one of the requirements to provide transcripts. However, there's sometimes the situation where the qualification job experience wise qualification it appears like it meets the individuals qualified for the position. However, on the other hand, the transcript higher education I have been approached by the CSC position. Since here we're non-certified, so we really work closely with Ms. Yellowman and ASC Kienta office though. CSC AMS Clarice, Ms. Begay, and Mr. Sosa, Kelvin Sosa, they're holding down the fort for J4 and us here in Navajo to go to previous. So this individual I was approached by, but this individual saying that she had applied, however, due to transcript requirement. I do have job experience. The schooling that I took was part of the job training. Of course, it wasn't really like a degree that she was working towards. It was through the job training. Okay, so transcript qualification was. Thank you.
Chair, this is Thomasita. Can I respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. I was just ready to put that question before DPM. Thank you, Ms. Woody. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pino, for your question. One of the challenges is always going to be ensuring that when a department is needing to hire qualified people and you've already gone through the submittal of the PCQ, the JVA, so on and so forth, the process basically that DPM has, we need to, if there are situations where a particular position is hard to fill, then we have to come back and reassess it. That may be the situation, especially if you don't have very many individuals applying for these positions because of maybe lack of credentials. Now, what Ms. Jim Martin had said is that they are assessing those, and I think, keeping it at DCD at this point, there's a level of responsibility that plays into this, and ensuring that there's that the individuals who are being assessed are the perfect fit for those positions. But I think at the same time, in the memorandum that was sent to both Ms. Jim Martin and Dr. Yellowman, was that, giving some time, and I think the 11th was the date that we were looking to receive a response. And I think we had the opportunity to revisit those and then reassess those to see if there's, the situations that would warrant us to reassess those and look at the criterias in terms of the qualifications. So we have the opportunity, and definitely, I will keep the committee posted in terms of the communication between DPM and DCD. And I think it is important that we continue that collaborative responsibility to work with one another. And so, that much I can say, and give us some time. And I know that time is of an essence for everyone in every chapter level, every position. So now that we recognize the concern, we can definitely start working on it.
Thank you, Ms. Woody. Mr. Rod Begay. Roderick Begay, Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Okay, I guess we aren't going to get the long answer or the short answer. So we continue. We have a motion and a second, and we have commitment from DPM and Division of Community Development to address these certain aspects. Again, committee members, perhaps the scheduling of a leadership meeting so that these two issues are open to the other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll leave that at the discretion of the committee. We do have a motion and a second to adopt this particular report.
Mr. Chair, this is Angie. I think the motion is held by Carl Slater and the second by Delegate Pernell Holona.
Yes, it is.
Okay. But there hasn't been a vote on it yet. Thank you.
No, there hasn't. I'm waiting for additional comments, or even from the presenters if they would like to do one last volley of words to help drive this issue home.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Fowler here, just some closing comments.
Oh, Satsui, go ahead.
Oh, honorable HES committee members and all of you that are tuned in. Ni in the hot in the adil nishi, Hajoshi, Iskistadil Nesto, Nihidene, Bahajo Adil Nisto, Atskilo, Nito Adil Ni. I'm really excited and moving forward in really implementing a new automated system, which will really help. We just ask for your continued support, and we will lower some of these numbers down on our vacancy listing. So we have some really great people in DPM, and then also in all over the programs. And I just want to thank and acknowledge all the employees within our Navajo Nation for doing the best that they can and that we can in filling a lot of our positions. So here ashin ideya bakatish altona here che shadin ani. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fowler. Committee members? Follow-up questions, comments? Going once? Why? Mr. Moves, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Glenn votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Colin Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Colin Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Chair voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Miss, okay, we have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. We accept the report. And thank you to all the presenters. And Miss Jim Martin, all the items that you presented, could you put it in a document to share with the committee members so that we stay abreast of these items, and going forward, if we need to share it with the rest of the council, that would be very useful. Thank you. Okay.
Yes,
Ms.
Honorable Chair,
Andrew-
I can do that. Thank you.
Miss Angelique Benali, let's go on to the next agenda item.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next agenda items number 6, new business A work session. It's from the Navajo Nation Staff Development and Training, DHR, requesting an in-person orientation presentation at the Staff Development and Training Center on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022 at 9 a.m. A memorandum invitation was previously sent on February 24th, 2022. Presenters are Ms. Shar Cougar, Training Manager for the Staff Development and Training, DHR, and Thomasita Woody, Human Resource Director, Department of Personnel Management, DHR. Mr. Chair.
Committee members, check your calendars and see if you have an open date. I, for myself, had already scheduled a meeting with 4 chapters regarding home site leases for water lines and power lines. Would not be able to make this in-person meeting. Committee members.
Chair, on the 22nd, I have 2 chapter meetings. So I'm kind of in the same boat as you for that date not working. Could we ask for the 25th?
Okay, from my schedule then, committee members, from my schedule, the 24th would be a regular Navikia committee meeting. And for the 25th, sounds like Honorable Vice Chair's open on that date. Committee members, check your calendar.
Chair Florina right now, 25th.
Honorable Haluna.
I'm fine with any date. Thank you.
The 25th.
Yes, I'm fine with the 25th. Yes, Halona.
Okay.
Thing you sent me hasn't come through yet, sir.
Can you check your spam filter?
So we have 3 people. Honorable Slater, Honorable Haluna, and Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Wanika. Committee members?
Sure.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead.
Could I motion to recommend the 25th and the 28th in case our colleagues who maybe have dropped off need flexibility or staff development and training needs flexibility? And then we can move on. I don't know if, then again, I don't know if people have things on the 28th, but I'm not sure we have development and training on the line right now.
Yeah, I've got a meeting scheduled on the 28th. The 25th would be fine, so that would make yourself, Halona, and Honorable Begay, and myself able to participate. So let's go ahead and set it for the 24th, and for the staff that are requesting this work session.
Okay, I'll motion to have a meeting on the 25th with staff development and training work session.
Fukushima, Chair recognizes that motion. Do I have a second? Fukushima, Honorable Delegate Begay, second. So that motion is recognized. Any other discussions? If not, Mr. Mose, let's take it to a vote. And
Sure.
To Ms. Kruger and Ms. Woody, that would be the day that we would meet for the work session. Thank you. Mr. Mose, go ahead.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. was green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona was green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater was green. Honorable Charlene Stowe
I vote green.
was green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika Honorable Edison J. Unica. Chair, vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. We then go on to the next agenda item. Under new business, again, Miss Angelita Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have 6B. It's to reschedule the work session. It's to Monday, March 21st, 2022 at 9 a.m. And it'll be with Division of Social Services regarding the legislation 0020-22. An act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving the amended plan of operation for the Navajo Division of Social Services. And as amended, here including a report covering the previous 5 years, the funds reverted to the federal government, including the 638 contracts not fully used to benefit the Navajo Nation. The next issue on the report would be measuring the goals and objectives, and inclusion of the work in progress accomplished as indicated up to and including the comprehensive budget FY 2022. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Benali. With the committee members, the 21st. We had deferred it from March 7th to the 21st. Meeting members, let's go ahead and
Chair,
take a motion.
I'll motion if that's okay for the committee.
Sure. Yes. Motion by Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Second, Helona.
Second by Honorable Pernell Helona. We have a complete motion. Any discussion? All righty. Well, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Helona votes green.
Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Colin Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Colin Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Unica. Honorable Edison J. Unica. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Appreciate the vote. And so we have scheduled for March 21. That will take us to old business. Let me back up. 4
Mr.
in
Chair?
favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Yes, Ms. Benali.
You have one more 6C, a work session regarding Delta. That's the work session that was requested by Delegate Herman Daniels.
Okay, committee members. Again, look at your calendars. Would that be back to well, for myself, 28, 29, 30, and 31st are all booked.
Do you have the first available, Chair?
Yes, right now.
I do as well. I'd make that recommendation.
Committee members, check your calendars.
Chair,
That makes two. Go ahead, Honorable Halona.
yeah, April Fool's Day sounds good. The first. I have nothing that scheduled for that day.
I wish you hadn't said it in that manner. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Committee members? And
Chair,
would
I
we
am
want
open to any.
Okay. Committee members, would that be virtual or in person or a little bit of both?
I'd say in person at the Budget and Finance Committee room, Chair.
Okay, Shane, that will be part of the motion.
Chair,
This is
Honorable-
the day.
Oh, Chair, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. We're crowding in each other. That's what happens if it's virtual. So the best way to do our business for work sessions, I think, is in person. So I would vote for in person. Thank you.
Halona. Honorable Halona. You got the second.
yes, sir.
You approve.
In person would be fine, Chair.
Thank you. All righty. So, Mr. Mose, let's take it to a vote.
All right, sir. Honorable Paul DeGay Jr.
Delegate Paul gave votes green.
Paul DeGay Jr. was green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Halona. Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. I appreciate that vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. That takes us to item 7, old business, there being none. So now we go to item 8, close of meeting. Any announcements?
None here.
Okay. So it sounds like there'll be 4 HES committee members going to DC. Honorable Eugene So is going to be hitching a ride, as well as Honorable Key Allen DeGay. And we do have a partial listing of our appointments today. So committee members, I for myself have booked lodging, and I'm still working on the flight.
Chair
All right.
Halona.
Anybody else? Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Yeah, I done got my flight booked already, and be leaving Sunday afternoon. I haven't worked on my reservation for the motel yet. I was gonna stay at the same place where I stayed last year. I believe that was a Hyatt Regency in Crystal City. They were the ones who had the best prices as far as all the other motels were concerned. Chair.
Just FYI. What was the price of the hotel?
$179 was the lowest I could get, Chair.
Okay. I got mine at 202. Right close to Union. What is that? Union Square. I can't remember the right. Not even 2 blocks from the Senate side of the Capitol building.
Union Station.
Yeah, Union Station. Thank you, Ms. Benali. So, with Ayla, committee members, appreciate your attention to the details of this particular report. I know it was a lot to listen to and to try to chart the way home. Not home, but a chart to on the way forward to getting better services and to increase the number of employees that would be on the payroll of the Navajo Nation, which basically equates to better services. So that with that, the chair is open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Paul Delegate Begay.
Second.
Honorable Paul Begay motions. Honorable Vice Chair Slater seconds. No debate, no discussion. Mr. Mose.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell
Halona votes
Halona.
green.
Honorable
Halona
Pernell
votes
Halona
green.
votes green. Thank you, sir. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Stowe.
I vote green.
Honorable Sherilyn Stowe votes green. Honorable Edison De Juanica. Honorable Edison De Juanica. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 3:09 p.m.
Okay. Committee members, be safe, travel safely, take care of yourselves, and we'll see you in DC and when we get back to what Ayla. I see Chicago. Get started in a timely manner, and we address the matters in front of us. Thank you for being focused. With Adoli, Sin and I, we are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and have safe, everybody have safe travels. Thank you.
Sheila, what Ado?
Oh, yes, 이게 enjoy go. Enjoy go 합니다.
Yeah. Okay, we are adjourned. So go on now.